Hello everyone, I hope you're doing well. Good to see y'all in the chat already. It's time to get some preparations for the frontier underway. Yeah, so I meant to schedule the stream for tomorrow, but somehow I got my dates messed up. Same for the video that I uploaded yesterday. It was supposed to be on today. Does anyone have any guesses for which Pokemon we're going to breed? We're gonna need a move from Coughing, which is why we are here. We're not starting with the breeding. We need to learn a move first on the Coughing. So we're gonna do some grinding first. I put the screen on the right because I have some notes. Well, not much, but I have hit the notes because I want to see if anyone can guess which Pokemon we're gonna breed first. And it's in my notes, so if I would show you the notes, then, well, I would spoil it. Hello, Akan. Good to see you. Let's see, we'll activate my turbo button. We're gonna need quite a few more levels. This is actually the second Coughing because I accidentally let one evolve at like 36. And I need it to be 45 for the egg move. And if I evolve it, it's like 51. And I also want another move for later. That's at 49, I think, but it's 58 if it's wheezing, so hopefully I don't let it accidentally evolve again, and otherwise we'll just have to deal with it, I guess. Yeah, any guesses for which Pokemon we're gonna start out breeding? Who needs a move from Coughing? I need a wheezing. Well, not specifically wheezing. I just need something from the Coughing wheezing line. Is it Haze? No, it is not Haze. Give you a hint? Well, the hint is that it learns the move at level 45. Ooh. 2 times in a row, this Linoon got an item. Repel. It's Will-O-Wisp? It is not Will-O-Wisp. It is indeed Destiny Bond, Jordi. So, who are we gonna teach Destiny Bond? Or, well, breed. Teach it through an egg move, I guess. Yeah, so the people who are not familiar with grinding and wow, 3 battles in a row this Linoon as an item. Unfortunately, repel again, but still, that's nice. For the people who are unfamiliar with grinding in Emerald, Gabby and Tai are pretty fast way for emerald terms. The best way would probably be a secret base, but I don't have anything set up at the moment. Is Gardevoir getting the move? You are correct, Decepticon. It's Gardevoir. So now I can show you my notepad. We will be hunting for a Ralts. And we want 21 speed. And I don't know which special attack exactly we want. I did look at some calcs, and at 21 we one-shot Tentacruels. But only 3 out of 4, so I'm not completely sure if that's what we're aiming for. But we definitely want the 21 speed. With a timid nature. But yeah, for now we will be here a while to level up this Coughing. I was planning to do this more of this off stream, but I didn't have time. And doesn't matter too much. So I don't know what the rest of the team is going to be yet. This is for the Dome, the Gardevoir. Which is why I want the Destiny Bond, because in the Dome, Destiny Bond is really good. It's already quite good. If you can get a kill and then Destiny Bond the next Pokemon, but in the Dome, because you can win if you tie, only in the Dome is this possible. It is extra good, because you don't always need to get a kill and then a Destiny Bond kill as well. Although if we do, there's only 2 Pokemon, so you'd beat the whole trainer. I'm also not completely sure yet on the moveset. I think in the test run, I had Psychic, Thunderbolt, Ice Punch, Destiny Bond. Seems quite likely I use that, but Fire Punch might also be good. Depending on the rest of my team, what they need. Like one-shotting a Scizor or something could be nice. Yeah, in my test run, I used Carmery Lantern, and I got gold first try. So it's definitely very possible that I used the same Pokemon. But I also kind of want to try to only use like each Pokemon once for my Frontier challenge to keep some variety. And I probably want Dusclops in the tower with some other Pokemon. And I might want to use Skarmory somewhere else. Like, let's say, the Palace. I want some good Pokemon for the Palace. I might use a Torkoal in the Palace with Amnesia, Curse, Rest, and some attacking move. So I feel like that would be one of the few places where Torkoal might be kind of decent. Not sure how true that is. It is only a Torkoal. And not something like a setup Snorlax or something. But I don't know if I'm gonna stick to that rule. And the Pyramid is gonna be like an exemption. Because I plan to use a lot of different Pokemon for the Pyramid. And of course the Factory. There I just use whatever I get. But I haven't quite built the teams yet. Haze. Okay, we're gonna learn Haze. Because it is a useful move. And I might want to give it to someone at some point. So having it on the coffin would be nice. Rare candy, very nice. We're gonna need a bunch of those to check our IVs on the Pokemon that we hatch. I'm not completely sure at which level I can guarantee the IVs on Ralts that they're good enough. I might do that after the stream because I was looking into it a little bit before stream, but I don't think I had enough rare candies to guarantee it was around 21. We might just breed like a couple of Ralts that have a good enough stat. Or maybe I'll just do one and I'll move on to the next Pokemon. And then if the Ralts ends up not being good enough, I'll go for another one later. Torkoal or Ditto? Torkoal! I wonder if we are gonna run into a shiny Ditto at some point. We're gonna catch quite a few, I think. So I have 2 other Pokemon planned for breeding, which are Dusclops and Skarmory. I don't know the IVs yet, but they also need an egg move. So I want to at least get the egg moves and then maybe we'll hunt for certain stats later. Kaden, you have the team with Machamp with Bulk Up, Kingdra with Rain Dance, Raichu with Encore Wish. You want to trap opponents into a move so Kingdra and Machamp can set up. Okay. That is... I can see the strategy. I'm not sure how good it will function. Okay. Which facility are you bringing the team to? Julian, you think Shiny Ditto would be awesome? If you happened upon one with a plus speed nature and solid HP and speed IVs, you would EV train it? I was saying in Discord, I hope I don't run into a Shiny Ditto because I want to use the Shinies in the Frontier if I get one. But Ditto doesn't really do anything. Especially in Gen 3, like... Later generations where you have like Imposter, where you can just automatically transform as you switch in, and where you can also like copy the stat boost when you transform. Like that would be great, or at least it would be decent, but old-fashioned Ditto, I don't know. That's gonna be tough. Kaden, you were wondering if I thought it was an okay team? You were thinking for the dome? I don't know. Hello, JG. Hope you're doing well. I think it will be difficult. I feel like Raichu is like really frail. Oh, this Linoon has an item again. Hyper Potion, okay. And you kind of, in the dome, you only get to use 2 Pokemon. So if your first Pokemon is the Raichu who just wants to Encore and then kind of die, then you only have 1 Pokemon to take out the other 2. And also... like if you have Raichu in the lead Like, what are they gonna click that you want to encore? Like, it's gonna be a strong move that kills Raichu, or it's gonna be like Thunder Wave because Raichu is relatively fast and a lot of Pokemon want speed control. Yeah, Raichu is weak, but you love him, so you want him to make him work. Maybe a better thing would be like, yeah, lead with Kingdra, you set up Rain, and then you have Thunder Raichu in the back. That might be better. You think, Jillian, you think Ditto would be fun and it would work in niche situations? You just enjoy using a Mew with transform in doubles? Well, Mew is a little bit better than Ditto. In which generation? Is that Gen 3 or is that a later generation where transform is better? Another issue is, like, you only get 5 PP on all your moves, right? So, how am I gonna beat, like, a mirror match and then also someone else? Okay, now level 35, we have to start paying attention and not let Coughing evolve. Kaden, you're hoping they're clicking a setup move so you can encore? Well, the problem is they probably like don't need to set up that much to kill Raichu, so I don't know how well that will work. Although they probably need to set up once. In most cases, although there are a couple of Earthquake Dragon Dancers. So you'd need to be able to survive an Earthquake. Decepticon, you run full tackle Raichu. Seems okay, but doesn't take hits very well. Yeah, especially with the recoil, you're not gonna take hits at all. But at least you'd have like a reliable hit rate instead of Thunder, which requires Rain. DOR, you really enjoyed the last video preparing for endgame? That's good to hear. There will probably be more. And there will be streams like this one, of course. But yeah, that video is basically what I'm doing right now, but cut down. Like, it was, I don't know, many hours of gameplay that I cut down into like half an hour. I hope you guys don't mind too much that we're just grinding at the moment. But maybe we can talk about some more about teams. Maybe we can do some team building. I don't know, like, let's see. I have a notepad here, where is it? It is. Dome team. Gardevoir. Psychic. Thunderbolt. Sponge. Destiny Bond. Then partner 1, partner 2. We can't get Magical Leaf because that's a Fire Red Leaf Green exclusive move. Otherwise, that might have been a cool tech to take down the Swampert. I'm not sure if it's even possible. Like, if we have enough damage to take down the Swampert. I know the first one has a bit of special defense. The second one just has HP. I think actually I would not be able to reliably take them down. Because my own Swampert has no investment and it can live Magical Leaf from timid Gardevoir. So I think Gardevoir would be too weak with Magical Leaf. And then let's see, Tower Team. Tower Team will be Dusclops. And I was gonna go with my my Curse, my Protect, Substitute, Curse, Rest set, which is like my favorite Dusclops set. And I think it's really good. However, then I realized it would be cool if I did the entire challenge and not use a single TM that you like cannot reuse or reobtain. And the same for the move tutors, and Substitute is a move tutor move. So I decided to change to Toxic, Nightshade, Protect, Rest. At least that's the plan for now. Seismic Toss would be slightly better overall, but then you wouldn't be able to touch Gengar. But now we cannot touch Immunity Snorlax, so that's also a downside. However, Seismic Toss is also a move tutor move. So we are gonna go with Toxic, Nightshade, Protect, Rest. And I think that will still be quite good. But for this I also do not know the rest of the team yet. And then the unknown Skarmory. Team Skarmory. Oh, you can't see this actually. I'll have to change this in a bit. It's gonna be Toxic, Aerial Ace, Protect, and Rest. As you can see, or hear for now, I quite like Protect, Rest on my bulky Pokemon. I've also been looking for into Absol for the Dome. Not for this challenge, because I'm gonna need a perfect speed IV. Because Absol is 5 points slower than Gardevoir. And at level 50, that means I need 10 IVs more to hit the same speed. And since Gardevoir is 21 speed, we need 31. And then we also outspeed base 100 Pokemon in the Dome. Which is quite nice. But I don't exactly know yet what the Absol is gonna run, and I don't know what the supporting partners are gonna be. One of the partners I was potentially considering if I didn't go with Skarmory Lantern for the Gardevoir was Hariyama. Because I need someone to take down Houndoom. And thick fat Hariyama seems pretty much perfect for Houndoom. And just dark types in general, we need something. And it would also be decent into steel types. So let's see. Let's shorten this a little bit. Level 5 will be special attack 10, Dome Team, Gardevoir. I'll just do this like this. Ice Punch, Destiny Bond, a bit more. Potentially Skarmory plus Lantern. But the issue I had with Skarmory Lantern in the dome was that they're too good of a duo. So I just kept bringing Skarmory Lantern and Gardevoir didn't get to do as much as I would like. I would really like for the Gardevoir to have a more, like a major role on the team. Because I think this is like its chance to shine. Otherwise it's not as good. Except for if you're using it as a weakening Pokemon, like the Thunder Wave Memento set I used. It's still strong, but it's like not quite fast enough for the tower, I feel like, to really be like a sweeper. But in the dome where everything is weaker and slower, that isn't as much of a problem. And we do have amazing special bulk. Our physical bulk, of course, leaves something to be desired. So yeah, we could be doing Hariyama maybe. Put that in the options, Hariyama. Oh, you can't see that much. Let's see. I'll put it here. Beats steel. Steel, not steel. Steel dark. Of course, I also need to think, how do I beat Tucker? I need something that consistently beats the Swampert. And that can help me beat the backline. Potentially. Mostly need the Swampert to be beaten. Although I would need something that's good into Metagross Latias, probably. In case it's like a lead Metagross or something. Let me open up a site that is good for this. No, wait, you need to be on the other side so I can see chat. I do not have enough. I only have one screen. I don't have enough space sometimes. Let's see. We'll put you here. Okay, now I have my notes. I can see what's going on. And I can work in the browser. So a team building tool I sometimes use, I'll link it in the chat. I sometimes use this tool. It's kind of nice to see what you're good into. It shows you the weaknesses of the team, which Pokemons do you, which types do you resist, which Pokemon do you hit, like which types can you hit, depending on which version of it you turn on. Oh, I have to sneeze 1 second. Alright. Back to the grind. So we have Gardevoir. If it lets me select Gardevoir. Okay, there we go. You guys can't see this. I think I don't have a setup for it where I could show you and also grind and have my notes and everything. Maybe in the future I'll make another overlay. So we have Hariyama with thick fat because we need to beat that Houndoom. Houndoom is like one of those Pokemon that usually you don't think about them at all. But for some teams, they're such a massive threat. I think the one thing I'm worried about, which is why I hadn't finished like building Gardevoir Hariyama as a team, is that we don't have a lot of resistances. We only have 7, and that is with thick fat adding 2. So that's not the best. We don't have a normal resistance, which would be good to have because normal, of course, is a very powerful attacking type in Gen 3. We don't resist water, and water is very common. We don't resist electric, we don't resist grass, although grass isn't the biggest deal. We don't resist poison, but we one-shot poison with psychic, hopefully. Don't resist ground, ground is another very important type to resist. Don't resist flying, and we're weak to flying, so that's not great. We don't resist ghost, and we're weak to ghost, so that's not great. We don't resist dragon, and we don't resist steel, but that just means we don't resist Metagross. But yeah, there's a lot of resistances we're missing that we would definitely like to have. I actually considered wheezing. But then we're double psychic weak, and Gardevoir isn't great into psychics, it's just neutral. So yeah, that wouldn't be great. I don't think there's a single Pokemon that can cover all of these weaknesses. But we don't necessarily have to. As long as we're strong enough, like we can kill them, can beat those types, then like that will be good enough probably. But we definitely need a decent way to deal with waters and normals. Let's have a look. Does anyone have any suggestions? Let's go here. Or just a Pokemon you would like to see, because there are still a lot of team slots available for my Frontier Challenge. And I'm not gonna promise that I'll use whatever you want, but I'll have a look. The goal is to build teams that are somewhat consistent at beating the facility I'm bringing them to. And I'm also planning to avoid legendaries as much as possible. Because of course something like a Registeel would like be great for filling up a defensive hole. But I would rather avoid them. I kind of want it to be anyone who is at any stage in their playthrough, like even if they've caught all their legendaries and they've got the most horrible IVs and natures, or they've traded them away or whatever, you don't have them. Or maybe you want to save them for a shiny hunt in the future. You would be able to beat the frontier just like what I'm doing. Of course, I don't exactly want everyone to use the teams that I'm using. But I just want to show that you don't need the best Pokemon, the best stats, the legendaries. Which of course a lot of the people in chat already realize, but I think there's a lot of people who have the misconception that without the best Pokemon it's like almost impossible. For the Dusclops team, I quite like a Pokemon with Intimidate. So something like Gyarados. Or Salamence. Preferably Gyarados. I don't like Salamence because it invites Ice Beam, and Ice Beam means we're gonna get frozen eventually. So I would rather have Gyarados. Of course, I'm not gonna hunt for Hidden Power Flying, which means... Actually, Gyarados would need like TM Return, and I don't want to use TMs. Although Return is technically renewable, I'm playing on a dead battery, so for me it isn't. You do get 2 of them. I guess we get Strength. That's quite a bit weaker, but if we Dragon Dance, that doesn't matter too much. We can't hit the Gengar, but we have Nightshade, so that hits Gengar. That could be okay. Let's see. Which other physical moves? Double Edge is a move to remove, so we're not giving Double Edge to Gyarados. Body Slam. Is that a renewable tutor move? Do I want you to fix my battery for me? No, thank you, Mako. I can fix it myself. I just wanna... Also, I have another Emerald, which does have a working battery. I'm just doing this as like a challenge, as part of the challenge. That we can only get like 1 Milotic. That's another Pokemon I definitely want. Milotic. It's basically, the idea is to recreate the conditions where most Pokemon or most players who have Emerald and had Emerald since they were a kid, they're gonna have only, like, they won't be able to trade with themselves even if they have multiple games, because most people don't have multiple systems like some of us do, and most likely the battery is going to be dead. Does Illuminate have to be first in your party to be active? Yes. But the Pokemon can be fainted, so you can still have a synchronized Pokemon as your second, and it will activate both Illuminate and Synchronize. Jordi, you want to use a Milotic too, but you changed the phrase and now you can't use the calculator to get the Feebas spots. I think it shouldn't be too difficult to find the Feebas. Especially if you have a dead battery. because they will stay at the same place. And it's like a 50% encounter rate if you find the right spot. So if you fish a couple of times in every spot, you'll get there eventually. But yeah, it will take a little bit of time. You can't wait to keep knocking out your Illuminate Pokemon? Poor Illuminate Pokemon. Not difficult, but it will be tedious, and you don't have a dead battery. Okay, just make sure you catch all the Feebas you want. I hope you're not planning to shiny hunt. Okay, Coughing is evolving again. Which we're not allowing. Is there a best way to get a level 41 Pokemon or whatever knocked out? Well, if you're doing the Gabby and Tai fight that I'm doing right now, you are in a doubles battle, so you can target your own Pokemon and knock them out. That's what I would do. I assume you're also hunting Ditto, or gonna be hunting Ditto, if you're also having a level 41 Illuminate Pokemon. JG, you only have one half-broken old-school device, a GBA. That's why you'd rather play on your 3DS. Yeah, that makes sense. I think playing on the 3DS is very nice. It's what I've done all of my Frontier content on so far. Of course, that will change soon. Once Starmie gets strong enough to one-shot both of them on its own, we can put the Pokemon we want to grind in the front as well, and it will get more XP. So that will make things a little bit faster. But for now, that's not the case. You were originally hunting for adamant Dittos. But you were doing it the normal way with only Abra, Magikarp and False Swipe. So if you transform into Magikarp, or you make the Ditto transform into Magikarp, you don't need to False Swipe it. Just throw a repeat ball, and I've caught 100 of them and they never escaped so far. So the catch rate is either guaranteed or it's just really good. Also, how do I pronounce your username? Is it like Elijah? Or is it something different? JG, for you it feels not too far away from the real experience, besides the lack of cartridges. Yeah, it feels very similar. You're still having a handheld. There's no... The way I play, there's no save states, no speed up. Ellie J. Okay. You saw my video and you're gonna try that next? Alright, good luck. Should be good. Yeah, I don't know the catch rate, but like I said, I have not had a single one escape, so it has to be quite high. Wait, where? Wait. Are they stuck? Are they still here? Did I battle them 255 times? For you it's the same, JG? You really dislike speed ups? Yeah, me too. That speed up just completely takes away the experience. I don't feel like I'm playing the game anymore in a way. That sounds a bit weird, I think. I think they're stuck. Which is good, that's gonna make it faster. And also, like, if I have the option to speed up, eventually I'm gonna click speed up and then I'm gonna get addicted to speed up and then, you know, it just keeps going from there. Level 41. Explosion. Wait, I thought explosion was the last move. What am I thinking of then? Because there's like Destiny Bond is 45 and then there's a move at 49. Let me check. No, we don't want you to evolve, coughing. Sorry. Good. I should probably save in case I accidentally let it evolve again. There's coughing. Oh, it's Memento, right. Memento is the last move we want. Because that's also a move we might use on a Gardevoir at some point. I mean, I already have used it. Yes, they are stuck here. Okay, I should switch bikes, maybe. Although, with how my D-pad is, maybe I shouldn't, because I can't control it. Hello, Wilkinson, I hope you're doing well. So the best strat, LEJ, is level 41 Illuminate, Knocked Out Lead, Synchronize, the Acro Bike, and the Repel Trick. Anything you're missing? You want the White Flute as well. The White Flute works like Illuminate, so and it stacks. Sweet Sand? No, you do not want Sweet Sand because Sweet Sand ignores the Repel, so you can encounter any level. Am I farming some XP? Yes, we're leveling up the coughing because we want an egg move. We needed to breed Destiny Bond onto Gardevoir. Run into everyone on the way. Yeah, I think Acro Bike is plenty fast for me. Especially because I think there's the Elgato software. Like the stream is grabbing it directly from the capture card. But then I don't have any sound, so I'm also using like the software to so I can have sound myself. Because you can hear it from the capture card, but I cannot. With the way the stream is set up at the moment. So I have the software open, which also allows me to have it in like a small screen. So I can have a bunch of things on my screen at the same time. But the longer it's running, the more like it ends up being delayed or something. So that makes movement inputs that are precise a little bit more difficult as well. Not that we need super precise inputs right now. But with how fast the Mac Bike is and how bad my D-pad is, this is fine. Alright, let's see. Can I do any more team building? Gyarados would probably be return Earthquake, because Earthquake is a TM you can pick up. Dragon Dance we learn at level 50, which is perfect because I want to go level 50. And Rest is also a TM we can pick up, so probably Rest. And I guess it would be Aerial Ace if it's Salamence. I'm pretty sure we can chain breed Aerial Ace onto Salamence. I think Bagon can learn it. And Bagon can probably breed with a Pokemon that can learn it either itself or breed with like Tailo or whatever. I would need to check, but I'm pretty sure. Good moveset. Yeah, it's pretty strong. I'd prefer to have like a hidden power on the Gyarados, but we're not breeding for perfect stats, and that includes hidden powers. So even if I randomly end up with like the perfect hidden power, I'm not gonna use it. But yeah, let's remove this from my team builder. So yeah, if I want to bring Gardevoir Hariyama to the dome, that leaves me one Pokemon who needs to do something. Like, I think we need to beat Psychics. Because like I said, Gardevoir is okay, but it's only neutral into Psychic types. We would like something for Ghost, because Hariyama doesn't really hit Ghost. Gardevoir gets hit by Ghost, although... yeah, I guess we would want something for Ghost, maybe. Well, it's at least nice to have. We want something that's not bad into Ghost. And we need to think about Tucker. Oh. Them just being here makes my life a lot easier. Not that it took that long to get to them before. But we don't have to constantly fly away. It's just nice. A little bit faster. A little bit easier. There's been so many times when I wanted to fly to like Lava Ridge, or really any of them, and I would miss like the spot. Like I'd overshoot it and then I'd go back up. Or whatever direction I overshot, and then I'd overshoot in the other direction. We don't have to deal with that nearly as much now. Not yet, Coughing, not yet. Just a little bit longer. Although, we're not gonna evolve in this stream, I think, because... I don't need Memento right now, so we're not gonna go all the way to level 49, but I do want Memento. Eventually. Oh, we do have to check our pickup Pokemon. Because we're no longer flying as much. Although, I guess it's only like 15 battles. And it's 10% I think to pick up, so they would get like 1.5 items on average. Yeah, 2 of them have items. Can't I put it in the daycare? In theory, I could. I'm not completely sure how they decide which move they delete. It's probably like the highest one. Like the one at the top. But also the daycare would take a very long time. This is much faster. I mean, I could maybe put like one or some Pokemon in the daycare while I'm grinding up a different Pokemon. And they would get a bunch of XP. So that could be good. But I don't want like the wrong move to be overwritten by accident. But if you know what you're doing, you could definitely do that. Oh, you mean because I'm already gonna grind eggs? Well, we're not gonna be grinding that many eggs, because we're not gonna go for like a perfect one. Actually, we only need a few, because as soon as we get a male Ralts with Destiny Bond, that's all we need. Then we can switch out the coughing, and then I think Ralts on Ralts gets eggs faster than coughing on Ralts. Let's see, who wants to be on the team? Ooh, you know a Pokemon that I actually want to use? Dodrio. It's actually kind of good. Although it's more of a factory Pokemon. But I think in the dome, it could be quite strong. But Gardevoir Hariyama probably isn't the the combination that Dodrio wants. Although I guess we have something for Rock Steels. We don't have something for Ghost, but I guess Drill Peck does deal quite a bit of damage. And we get quite a bit of money from this as well. I forgot to show this in the video, but somewhere there's a clip of me being at max money. We're over halfway there again. I just bought like a ton of balls, and then I Went to the game corner, bought a bunch of TMs. Okay, so what are we, level 43 in the coughing now? I think 2 more levels. We'll get there soon. Let's see. Mill tank is another option. That would probably be... I was gonna say that would probably be the pike, but I think I'm using Foul Plume. So... You're not going for the pike? I mean, definitely gonna show up in the pyramid. Repel. LEJ, you got Illuminate Chinchou. That's nice. Although I guess the nature doesn't matter too much. At least not for the Ditto hunt. It might be nice later though. If you need to knock something out. I forgot. Can you catch Heracross in Emerald? Or is it just Fire Red, Leaf Green? Heracross. You can get it in the Safari Zone. Okay. I might use a Heracross at some point. I don't like Megahorn. But for only getting gold, it's doable. It shouldn't suffer too much. Oh, oops. You just went in with modest synchronize Abra and you got it first try. That's nice. Good luck on the axe. Thank you, KT. Sorry for keeping you up last night with the Ore. Post game Safari. Yeah, I just saw it, Mako. Thank you. I thought you could, but there's so many Johto Pokemon you can only get in Fire Red, Leaf Green. I wasn't completely sure. Wait, we don't have to fly back. I did it once and I'm back in my muscle memory of flying after every battle. LEJ, you bred for an Alakazam as one of your first Frontier Mons. So it's nice because you got all the synchronized Abras. Right. You would get a lot of Abras that way. What I did is I bought like 3 boxes of Abras in Fire Red, Leaf Green, or in Leaf Green specifically. From the casino, they're only 120 coins, I think. I haven't traded them over, but I do have them. Oh, 45! Destiny Bond. It's time to make some progress. No, do not evolve. Although now it doesn't matter as much, but still. I want to get Memento. At 49 instead of at 58. Alright, it's important if you want to give an egg move, or really any move, remember that it needs to be on the male Pokemon. Because it's rather unfortunate if you grind to like level 45 and you find out it's a female and it's not gonna work. Let's see. Is my Gardevoir female? I think so, but I don't quite remember. No, it's male. Never mind. And I don't think I have a different one. That's okay. We need to breed for nature anyway. Let's see. I need you in the party. I need to get away. Okay, we can turn off. I have turbo on the B button because of the long conversation with Gabby and Ty. Let's see. So here are all my dittos. Well, there's more to the right, but they are kind of useless. Let's see. We need speed minus attack, so this should be timid. Do I use a lucky egg? I do not have a lucky egg, so no, I do not. But XP share is pretty much the same, as long as you only train. If you only want to train one of the Pokemon in the double battle, then XP share is basically the same thing, I think. Wait, I still have a Linoon. Actually, I should switch my bikes. You know what? We can just put you in here. Hello, Motive. How was your lunch? Let's see. We need to put Everstone on the. There it is. Everstone on the Ditto. LEJ, you got a shiny Rhydon in the Safari before you got the lucky egg? Did you catch it? That's crazy. I might hunt for lucky eggs at some point. Yeah, Everstone. Can someone remind me, does Compound Eyes work for increasing the items in Fire Red Leaf Green? I feel like it doesn't, but I'm not sure. Your lunch was decent? Oh right, I forgot to change bikes. You will send me a picture of the flooded river for my viewing pleasure once the stream is done. Alright, I'm looking forward to it. Compound Eyes doesn't work in Fire Red Leaf Green. Yeah, I figured as much. Thank you, Kitty. You did catch it, LEJ, and you used it in doubles with a Gyarados because it had Lightning Rod? That sounds really nice. I have been looking into a little bit of Lightning Rod for doubles, but haven't built anything yet. Yeah, Compound Eyes is from Emerald forwards. I figured as much because most of, or many of the out of battle effects only work in Emerald, but not all of them, so you never know. But I have, oh, there's an egg already. I feel like I looked that up at some point because I definitely considered hunting a lucky egg before. How am I doing? I'm doing pretty well. We are just having a very relaxed stream. We did some grinding earlier for an egg move. Now that we got the level, it's time to start a little bit of breeding. How are you doing? It's really strong with Gyarados. You have a decent streak going. How long is your streak? Because like a decent streak is very different for different people. You're still newish to the frontier, so maybe the streak isn't too crazy. I mean, it's like, if it's a good streak for you, then it's a good streak, right? Good luck. Thank you, Manav. Like, especially when you're new, what is a good streak? It differs, right? And it also depends on the team. Like, if you're just having you're using a shiny because you want to use a shiny, which makes perfect sense. Like, if you get a shiny, you want to use it, right? But that might not be the best Pokemon, or if it is a good Pokemon, it might not have the best stats, or you're missing an egg move, or whatever. Oh, already another egg? Damn. That's fast. So, for the people who are not aware, only in Emerald, this is another one of those out of battle abilities, Flame Body and Magma Armor. They both halve how long it takes to hatch your eggs, or like it halves how long it takes for a hatch cycle to pass, I think. The amount of steps you need. So if you're breeding, you want to breed an Emerald, and if you're in Emerald, you want to use Flame Body or Magma Armor. Yeah, I think doubles is super fun. And it's super fast. At least with the teams I've used so far. Which is really nice because singles I play a lot slower. Even if you have a more aggressive team, it's a lot slower. Because doubles is just that fast. Sorry if you're late to the party, but why coughing? So I needed coughing. Let's see, we still have coughing in the... Oh, I accidentally turned on my turbo button. Help. Wait, please stop. 1 second. Okay, it's working again. We needed coughing because we want Destiny Bond. And Gardevoir doesn't learn Destiny Bond by itself, but it's part of the egg group, with coughing. The amorphous group, or whatever it's called. It's basically like the ghost types and like coughing, muck. I think in later generations they finally added Gardevoir to the human shape, or whatever they call it, egg group, but for now, it's just the amorphous egg group. So we needed coughing at level 45 to learn Destiny Bond, and now we're gonna breed it with a female Ralts. As soon as we get one. Why Destiny Bond? Because in the Battle Dome, it's the only facility where if you have a tie with your opponent, like all of the Pokemon are knocked out on the same turn. If you are the higher seed in the bracket, then you still win, unless it's against Tucker. Everywhere else, you're losing. You automatically lose if it's a tie, but in the Dome, that's not the case. So that's why we want to use Destiny Bond here. And also just because the Gardevoir is going to be quite strong. So there's a decent chance we will knock out the first Pokemon. And we can Destiny Bond the second Pokemon. And then we just win without needing to tie. You're enjoying the stream? That's good to hear, Janda. Or however I pronounce your name. Sorry if I butcher it. Did we get female? Nope, we got male. I'll go put it in the daycare next time we get an egg. And then I'll probably put coughing in as well for now. You can actually get an egg without the guy moving. If you, like, it's based on the steps, but his position only refreshes when you're off screen. So if you get enough steps while he's on the screen, and like you get the chance of the egg, you can actually just talk to him and he'll have an egg. Not right now. It will be easier to do with like when it's not ditto, because ditto is very slow for eggs. Oh, there he is again. Let's... Oh, we hatch another egg. That's also a reason I waited to deposit some Pokemon. Alright, let's see if this is female and if it is the correct nature, because it's 50% chance with Everstone. It is female, and it is rash nature. Alright, that's not the one we need. In later generations, I want to say generation 5, but maybe it's later, Everstone is guaranteed to pass on the nature. Which is really nice, but for now, that's not the case. We'll just put the breed checks in here for now. I'm gonna be releasing all these dittos at some point. And we're gonna need the coughing. You can go in here as well. We'll grab these Pokemon later. So is anyone else preparing for the frontier or already in the frontier? Any interesting teams? Let's see. How did I end up on this? Let's see, I need you. That works. Okay, we hatched another egg. Do we get female timid Ralts? I want to say it's 50-50 for Ralts. It's male, and it's adamant. Adamant Ralts. We're one gen too early for adamant. Oh yeah, and Katie said this coughing has 3 moves to self-KO. Yeah, and it's gonna learn Memento as well, but that's gonna replace self-destruct. Poor coughing. Janda, you just entered. You're starting with the factory and your record is 27 wins. Well, that's pretty good start. I will also be starting with the factory because I don't need my team to be ready for the factory. KT, you're trying to find a shiny Poliwag / Whirl to use on a team. Well, you're gonna catch a lot of them, so you probably... you'll probably find one that's at least decent at some point. Let's see. The key to winning, you were thinking of building a Hariyama, but still debating the moveset. You were thinking about maybe trying Bulk Up. Yeah, I haven't... you're pretty bulky. So you have a lot of HP at least. So you can probably try to set up. Maybe you need rest as well. Because of course you are quite slow. So you're gonna get worn down even if you get up to +6. Dave, you just recently got to the frontier. You have been soft resetting for Latios, Beldum, and the Reggies. And today you finally caught Feebas. That's nice. Feebas is really, or well, Milotic is really good. I will definitely put Milotic on one of my teams. Like I used it to get my symbol in the palace on my other save file. So maybe it will make a return. Or maybe I'll bring it somewhere else. I don't know yet. Ralts can also have Synchro, which can help future Pokemon hunts. This is true, KT. It's never bad to have multiple Ralts. I should probably keep the ones that are synchronized. Janda, your team for the tower is Flygon, Magneton, and Milotic. An interesting team. Magneton is not very common. I made a team with Magneton and immediately lost. Well, I guess it was the second battle. It was a pretty unlucky battle, though, so I want to try the team again. But it's not the best team, but I thought it had potential, but maybe not as much potential as I was hoping. Super Flash, you don't know about me, but you've been trying to do the Ruby Sapphire Tower. Not sure how to go about it. So I've never played Ruby Sapphire Tower. An important thing to know about it is one, it's only Pokemon available in Ruby Sapphire. Or in the Pokedex of Ruby Sapphire. So there's no Gengars, there's no Misdreavus. Which is really important for team building. And another thing to know is the natures are random on the Pokemon. So sometimes they'll be faster, sometimes they'll have like lower defense, higher attack. Because of the random nature. And the last thing, they select their moves randomly. Which for most battles will mean it will be much easier because maybe they can kill you with their super effective move, but they don't decide to go for it because it's completely random. But at the same time, you can't predict what they're gonna do. So maybe something comes out, you want to switch into a counter, and they randomly select a move that is really good into your counter. Or at least a lot better than it should be. So for getting a decent streak, it's probably going to be a lot easier. But for getting a really long streak, it might be more difficult in a way. But I'm not used to the Ruby Sapphire tower. Like the Pokemon, they have different movesets, different stats. And of course, like I said, it's not the same Pokemon that are available. We got Timid Female. Alright, that's all the breeding we need with Ditto. So I can't give you too much of a recommendation. But from what I've heard, Explosion is very dangerous. So a Pokemon with Damp or maybe a Ghost type. Or just a Pokemon that's really bulky, like a Steel type, could be really good. And Oko moves are a threat, just like in Emerald. Oh, my party's full. So I'm personally always a big fan of Skarmory as a sturdy Pokemon. Makes you immune to Oko moves. But it's completely up to you. Yanda, all of those Pokemon are one of your favorites. What moveset did I run on the Magneton? So I had a very specific team, which is not gonna work for you. At least it's not gonna fit on this team. I had a stall team. So I had Protect, Rest, Thunderbolt, Thunder Wave. Or my Magneton. And it was max HP, max special defense. Right, you can go in your spot. Just here. This Linu needs to move. Wait, let's grab the coughing first. Put you in my box of useful Pokemon. Maybe I should put the Breejax just in this box. Let's see, Gardevoir. You can go in the box. Oh no, I don't want to put one in. I want to take one out first. Although I guess it didn't matter really. I could have put one in already. Wait, I didn't grab the Everstone, did I? I think I need to grab the Everstone from the Ditto and put it on the Ralts. Move items. Yep, still here. Take. Put it on Ralts. Only the female. If you're breeding with a Ditto, it's only Ditto who can pass on natures, from my understanding. But when you're not breeding with Ditto, it is the female that can only pass it on. So this one just hatched, and we have Psychic, Thunderbolt, Calm Mind, Protect, because that's our moveset on the Gardevoir. So that's kind of nice. But female Pokemon, they pass on the nature, they decide which Pokemon is being born. Unless of course you're with Ditto. But they do not get to decide the move, so we're not going to pass on any of these moves to the egg that hatches after this. But the coughing is male and it is going to pass on the Destiny Bond. Lucky, you can go to the useful Pokemon. And then we'll put the Ralts over here in a bit. So as soon as we get a male Ralts, assuming it doesn't have the stats we want, we're gonna replace the coughing. And if it does have the stats we want, then we don't need more eggs, so we're just gonna take coughing and Ralts out of the daycare. Ooh. This could already be the one. Did I just decline the egg? No, I got it. Okay. For a moment I thought I pressed B too early. Oh, another one. This is what I mean. Although, like, this could just be luck, but you can get the eggs much faster when it's Ralts on Ralts. Or, no, it's not Ralts on Ralts yet, is it? It's just not Ditto on Ralts. Let's see, what does it say? Yeah, they don't like each other very much. So it's actually just completely... We got lucky. We got it on the first egg cycle. Or yeah. Whatever. Whatever cycle. The egg farm? Yes, the egg farm. So I was at some point also looking into bulk up Hariyama, but the thing is, the only Pokemon that learns bulk up through level up is the Torchic line. And I want to avoid using starters because, like I said earlier, I want it to be as if like someone who only has Emerald, they could do the same thing I'm doing. And if you didn't pick Torchic, then you cannot have Combusken or Blaziken who learn bulk up by level up. And I don't want to use the TM, so I'm not going to use bulk up Hariyama probably. Even though if you taught bulk up to someone, you can probably breed it to Hariyama. But who knows, maybe you sold the TM by accident. Or as a kid or whatever. Or you traded away the Pokemon that had bulk up. Is the Ditto Everstone strat in Gen 3? You thought it was a Gen 5 plus thing? So Super Flash, it is in Gen 3. Specifically in Emerald. However, it's only a 50% chance to pass on the nature. And I think it's Gen 5, but maybe it's later where it becomes 100%. So we are gambling for now, but we're not breeding for perfect IV, so it's not as much of a thing. KT, bulk up seems like a move Heracross would learn by level up. I mean, it seems like a move Hariyama would learn by level up, I think. But I'm pretty sure it's only the Combusken line. I can check. Or the Torchic line, but it's the same line. Attack Dex. Bulk up. Yep. Combusken, Blaziken. Oh, Groudon gets it as well. Well, good luck breeding with Groudon, guys. Isn't Belly Drum better? It's very risky to use Belly Drum because you lose 50% of your HP. You're gonna take a hit on that turn. You're very slow, so you're probably taking another hit on the next turn. You're probably dead. So here we got our Ralts. Oh, this is the old egg, right? This one isn't from the coughing yet. This one's still from Ditto. Maybe Revenge is a good move on Hariyama. You can deal double damage when you get hit. This is very true, the key to winning. Revenge is a move you can definitely consider. The one downside, I'm pretty sure Revenge is negative priority. So the Pokemon that you would outspeed, you no longer outspeed. Of course, you do hit twice as hard in return, but sometimes you don't need that boost. Another move worth considering is Vital Throw, I think. I'm pretty sure that one is perfect accuracy, but it has the same thing of being negative priority. Yeah, that is perfect accuracy, so that would be great into like Blissey with double team, Snorlax with double team, Umbreon with double team. So I'm definitely considering putting that on there. And Hariyama gets it by level up, so that's nice. And actually the only lines that get it are Machop and Makihita. So that's a very unique deck you get. Did I have space? Yeah, right? Okay, the first one did not get the nature. But here you see we have the Destiny Bond. And unfortunately it is a female, so we cannot replace the Koffing yet. Oh, another one hatches. Another female, but it is timid. But the special attack is too low. It's below 10 in its IV, which that's a little bit too bad for our special attacking sweeper. I mean, it would still do fine probably. But if I'm already going for average IVs, like I'm gonna aim for like the stats that do matter to be at least a little bit decent, a little bit above average, and then the rest can be terrible. Like if you're gonna be breeding for a Pokemon with a nature, you might as well have it not be below average. Like I think that's reasonable to like assume that a more casual player would go for, which is kind of the aim, that the more casual player would be able to do the same thing I'm doing. Which is why we're not taking perfect IVs. I don't know what I'm gonna do if I like randomly get perfect IVs. Timid Synchro is good, that's true. That could be really good. Like we could hunt like a... I was gonna say Staryu, but I'm probably gonna go with breeding for Staryu because the fishing is just gonna take too long. Do I want the egg? Yes, I want the egg. Thank you. Maryland. Hariyama. Thick Fat. And an unknown third Pokemon. Oops. I wasn't paying attention. Do we still have space? I think we can have one more, right? Yes. Hmm. Let's see, a steel type would be kind of nice on God of War Hariyama. Magneton is an option. I don't think it's great because we don't have a ground resist. But the only steel type that isn't weak to ground that I have access to is gonna be a Skarmory. Okay, this one is not good enough. And it's also another female, so we cannot replace the coughing. Buzz, you've been using Milotic with Hydro Pump? I could never use Hydro Pump. I used it one time. I hit 7 out of 13. And eventually I lost because one of the misses. Fori takes ground well. True, I do have access to Fori, don't I? Right? We can catch Pineco in the Safari Zone? Let's see. Yeah, we can catch Pineco in Emerald, so that's an option. Also gives us a sturdy Pokemon, which I always enjoy using. Weakness to fire. We have Thick Fat on Hariyama, that's fine. And there's no other weaknesses. We don't resist ground, but we have a lot of physical bulk, so that's fine. We're also neutral into rock, which is good. Alright, did we get the male? No, we got another female. What's the gender ratio on Ralts? Because earlier I said I think it's 50-50, but that might be wrong. Or just not getting the coin flip. Let's see, Ralts. It is 50-50 in gender. But this one also does not have the stats we want. I'm gonna assume some of our parents, or if not both, also have pretty low IVs. Because we keep rolling below 9 on special attack. And in breeding they take 3 IVs from the parents. And it's random which ones they get. Let's see, what would my weaknesses look like? With Fortress on the team, we don't have a resist to ground, we don't have a resist to flying, we don't have a resist to electric, and we don't have a resist to water. Oh, let's go deposit and grab the next egg. I think out of those, the most important one is resistance to water. Because there's just so many water types. It would be nice. Another thing with Fortress, we can do something similar to Gardevoir. We can use Explosion, because same thing. In the dome, if you have a tie, you win. If you're the higher seed, which we might not be because we don't have the best base stats, but we're going to be at relatively high seed. So that's something to consider as well. W breeding strat, is Destiny not in this? No, Destiny not is not in this, Mac. We only get 3 IVs from the parents, we cannot get 5. I think... I know Destiny Bond is in Gen 4, but I don't know if they already pass on 5 there. Or if it's more chance based. Good luck on the eggs. Thank you, Raven. We are getting slightly unlucky. We finally got a male. Did it get the nature? Yes, it did. Okay, we can replace coughing. But actually, we have 10 special attack and we have 11 speed, which means this might be the one we go with. This might just be the one. Shiny hunting, 10-10 gameplay. Well, imagine if we actually hatch a shiny. That would be crazy. We did gain 1 level on the coughing. So level 49 for Memento has gotten a little bit closer. I think what we're gonna do is... I'm gonna go safe. Feed this Ralts a bunch of rare candies. And we're gonna look up in the IV calculator if we can narrow down the stats. How many do I have? I probably don't have enough to really narrow it down. Ideally, we probably wouldn't want to be Gardevoir. But we have 19. We need 25 for Gardevoir. So that's not gonna happen yet. Let's see. Can I turbo this? Oh no, wait, I need to press this. Yes, we can turbo. Just need to make sure I don't override Destiny Bond, but that's the second slot, so we should be fine. Your bot picked up a Mon with 431 IVs today. It was a seal. Did it just randomly catch a good seal, or does it like see the stats in the emulator or something? Teleport. That could be nice, actually. We'll put teleport on here for now. Oh wait, we're gonna reset this anyway because I want my rare candies back. Why am I teaching it to move? Let's see, Curlier should be level 20. Unfortunately, Curlia still doesn't have very high base stats, so there's still a lot of overlapping IVs. It reads the data? Damn. Imagine. You're hunting for something and you just automatically know it has good stats. That's kind of crazy. Okay, so we're gonna end up in level 24. And let's see, I have an IV calculator. Level 24, timid. Let's have a look at those stats. It is 42 special attack. And 39 speed. Which is 25 to 28 special attack and 30 to 31 speed? That's crazy. Alright, this is definitely good enough. Let's see what the other stats are. 20 attack. We don't care about attack ever. Well, actually, for confusion, I guess it's better. Our special defense looks a little bit low. Okay, HP is 24 to 28. Attack is 5 to 9, which is good because lower attack means less damage from confusion. Defense is 18 to 21, that's good. And special defense is 11 to 14, so that is slightly above average, but that's fine. So that means this is the Curlia we're gonna use, I think. If it is perfect speed, if it's 31 and not 30, then we actually outspeed base 105 speed as well, like Manectric, I think. Which is not a huge deal. There's not a really good Pokemon at 105 speed. So yeah, now we're resetting because I want my rare candies back. And gonna put this route probably just in my useful Pokemon box for now. We can take this route out, and I'm just gonna hatch the eggs. Oh wait, no, I want it back. Thank you. Oh, I need to not forget to grab the Everstone. Move items. Put it in the bag. Then we'll go hatch these last eggs. Could be another good one in there. Buzz, your bot is looking for a shiny Wooper. Are you on 4 Island? I feel like that's the place where you have Wooper and Seal. Like Lorelei's Island with the Icefall Cave. Which I think it was really cool that they added a bit with Lorelei. Would have been great if they added more for some of the other characters like Bruno. But I guess not everyone would come from the islands. But they could have put it somewhere else, I guess. Agatha could do something in the tower in the post game or something. I don't know. You're at 181 encounters. It's not a lot yet. Oh. Okay. Okay, thanks controller. We randomly want to go there. So the next thing we're gonna do... I have a very long breeding chain for Skarmory, where it's gonna get 4 moves. But I have a much simpler breeding chain for... Actually, I don't need to... I can skip one of the Pokemon for Skarmory because we can buy Protect. We have a simpler chain for Dusclops, which uses one of the same Pokemon. They both want Toxic, so I'm gonna be training a Gulpin. I'll probably just train the Gulpin. Could I get... I think I would also want to breed Rest onto the Dusclops. Because it's only a 1% drop for the rest, so if I don't need to use it, then I don't want to. So I think we're gonna use a little bit of the breeding chain from Skarmory. A little bit more than just the Toxic. Mako, you just sold a Sapphire for 80 bucks. I don't know if that's a reasonable price where you are. I think around here, Ruby Sapphire, at least some of the time, you can buy them for about 40 euros. I might pick one up at some point. Because the battle tower does interest me. And like I'm interested in building a team for it at some point. And also to hunt for things like Latios with perfect stats, something like that. That could be cool. But I think because I'm fairly good at the tower, I think I would want to try to build a team that people can use to quickly go through battles. Probably something like Tauros Latios that I'm using right now. Although I don't know, there could be a much better version for Ruby Sapphire because you encounter different Pokemon. Or at least there are Pokemon that you don't encounter, so different Pokemon might be better. JG, off topic, but what is my favorite GBA game besides Pokemon? It's gonna be Fire Emblem. Probably Sacred Stones. Even though Fire Emblem 7 is like the first one I played and it is good. I think Sacred Stones is just such a comfy game for me. I just really enjoy playing it. And it's one of the most likely games to end up on this channel if I decide to put non-Pokemon content on here. Alright, that's all of them. We got another timid. Too low in speed. Too bad. Really high special attack. This one is actually 30 or 31 special attack. And it's modest. Oh wait, it's modest. Never mind. It's the nature that's boosting it up. Ruby Tower is easy. Buzz. A bulky dugong with rest won you a few battles. Well, I mentioned this earlier, but I think Ruby Sapphire is much easier to get like a decent streak going. But it might be more difficult to get a really long streak going because you cannot predict what the AI does. And with really, really long streaks and consistent teams, you play around predicting what the AI does and knowing what they do, and you always have a plan. But if it's random what they click, then you can't have a perfect plan. Or maybe you can. I haven't played it and I haven't built for it yet, so I don't know. This egg should be Why Not, which is an interesting Pokemon. I want to build around Wobbuffet at some point. Okay, did I... Oh, Gulpin is right there. But it's female. I'm gonna need a male. And I'm gonna need a male cast form that's later. Let's see, I'm also gonna need... 1 second, I need to look at my notes. Have you ever played Fire Emblem, JG? Let's see, where did I put my notes for the breeding? Okay, so I'll put it on the notes that are on screen as well. We no longer need to see the Ralt stuff. I'll put Skarmory. Skarmory. Breeding chain. Gulpin. Toxic. Cast form. Meryl. Squeal. Gets rest. Wait, I'll have to edit this in a moment. Wingle gets Protect, which is optional. Talo learns Aerial Ace. Skarmory. Alright, let me have a look. How am I gonna make this fit? Cast form into Meryl, into Spheal, who learns Rest. Alright, so this is my breeding chain for Skarmory. JG, you played the DS games way back when. You did not play Sacred Stones yet, so you will 100% play it soon. And you played Fire Emblem on the Awakening on the 3DS, of course. So Sacred Stones, it's a pretty easy game overall, but it's just, I really enjoy playing it. Muserer, you were resetting for a modest Latios. And it came with 30 to 31 special attack IV and a 0 to 1 speed IV. Do you think I should roll with it or continue resetting? Personally, I think the speed is more important. I think you want a speed IV that at least outspeeds base 100. Let me look it up. I don't know on top of my head how good that needs to be. Latios. Against Salamence. We need a speed IV of 13. Or if it's level 100, it's 12. But at level 50, you need a speed IV of 13 to outspeed. If you are going max speed, to outspeed other max speed Pokemon that have a 100 base stat, you need at least 13 IVs. Is what I'm seeing, with a neutral nature. So that would be my aim for Latios. But it is up to you. You could also bring it to the Battle Dome. Let's see, if you have 0 IVs... Yeah, if you have 0 IVs, you could still outspeed base 100 in the Battle Dome. But the Battle Dome is already like the easiest facility in terms of battles. Or at least one of the easiest. So I wouldn't recommend it until you really want... Unless you really want to keep this Latios. But yeah, it's up to you. Of course, but I would reset. New Dave, you got so lucky with Latios. You got a modest one with pretty good IVs all around after one reset. That's really nice. Resetting for the Reggie trio took way longer. Yeah, I would expect as much. Thank you for the insight. You're welcome. Let me know what you decide. Modest with max special attack is of course very powerful. Okay, let's have a look. So the Duskull would be much easier. But we're gonna have to reverse engineer the breeding chain. So we could grab Spheal. Duskull. Breeding chain. You start with Spheal. With Rest. Then we go into Meryl. Then we go into Cast Form. Into Gulpin. And last it's Duskull. So we're gonna need to grind up Spheal and Gulpin. And Spheal is right here. But it's female. It's actually quite a high level. I think if memory serves... Hello, timid Spheal. It's level 34 where it gets rest. I could be completely off. Let me check. Spheal. It's level 37. I was close. So I think it's gonna be quicker to catch a new Spheal than it is to breed one that is male. We're gonna want... Where's Tropius? There it is. There's my accidental wheezing. I want that. And I have Thunderwave on Manectric, so you're coming with me. We want Manectric in the front. Oh wait, I still need a Pokemon with Surf. Well, I'll grab that one in... Oh, I still have my Turbo on. For the rare candies. Okay, now it's off. I'm gonna go switch the moves around because we're gonna use Sweet Sand for a little bit. Right, you need leftovers. Well, need is a... Actually, you don't need leftovers. We're only catching one. Leftovers is more for EV training. Usurer, you were under the impression the Reggies aren't particularly good? I think they are good. Like, they might not be... Wait, what? I guess I could have used Withdraw. Spelper here? No, but... Oh, it is actually, but Meryl will also do. I'm probably gonna need a new Meryl. Because this one has HM moves, so it can't learn new moves. Oh no, actually no, it doesn't matter. But ignore what I just said. The female doesn't pass any moves. Any shinies? Shiny tentacle? Let's see, do I need to go more to the left, I think. Here it is. I'm pretty sure we can encounter Spheal right here, right? I believe so. Bulbapedia, help me out. Oh, there's Spheal. Okay, we already figured it out. And it's female, so it's not the one we need. Would I try and do this for Ruby and Sapphire? Like, build a strong team? I am interested in it at some point. But I don't have any of the games. I don't have Ruby and don't have Sapphire. I might pick one up at some point. Another female Spheal. We're getting a lot of female Pokemon. We don't have Q-Charm. Actually, I should have brought Q-Charm Jigglypuff. New Dave, you don't have a plan to use the Reggies yet, but might as well get some good ones for when you do want to use them. Yeah, that's you only get one of them, like you say, so it's if you're gonna grab them, might as well grab a good one. And I think they really can be good. Regice, like they have such good defensive base stats. Regice, of course, ice typing isn't the best defensive typing. However, you cannot be frozen, and that's massive. At least in my opinion. Like as someone who goes for like more consistent teams and some longer streaks, getting frozen is something I'm seriously worried about. Okay, is this the 5th wheel that's female in a row? Where are the boys? Muser, you just beat the game for the first time, so you haven't played around with a lot of Pokemon. Online, you just hear how their typing drags them down quite a bit. Well, I mean, Registeel has like one of the best typings. Oh, it's male. I almost ran. Steel typing is one of the best defensive typings, and you have 150 in defense and special defense. Like, Registeel is crazy. It's just so good. Uh-oh. Tropius into an ice move. Razor Leaf might kill, so I'm gonna go with Stomp. Ice Ball misses. Okay, that's good. Another Stomp. Flinch. Paraflinch. We're Frontier Gaming right here. Body Slam. We live. I'm gonna Repeat Ball now. Oh, we're already here. You suppose it's for general competitive? In game it makes sense. It'd be a bit better. It'd be a bit different. And Registeel was an exception from what you heard. Yeah. In competitive, Regirock and Regice see a little bit of use, but not a lot. They do have some things going for them, but there are other Pokemon. Okay, is my... For the A button, I'm unplugging my controller, 1 sec. Okay, we've got the Mill's Wheel, which we're gonna grind up. Of course, it did have to be a low level, but it's fine. It will be relatively quick. Yeah, I think all of them are still plenty good. You have legendary base stats, you have really high defense. Of course, for Regirock, you're like physically defensive, but you're weak to fighting and ground, which are two of the more powerful physical moves or types, offensive moves. So that's maybe not the best, but you're still fine. As long as you have something for it on your team. Okay, Pelipper. Starmie. And we're going back to the pickup squad while we grind. I want some more of those rare candies so I can spot the IVs. Of course, we need this feel. Did I take the XP share off the coughing? Yes, I did. And now we're back to a little bit of grinding. Oh, I need to turn on turbo for the B button to make my life easier. I will probably eventually train a powerful Pelipper who can one-shot both of these and have fly, so I don't need to Starmie. Starmie will still be useful. For something. It's a strong Illuminate Pokemon. I'm sure there's a use for that. But that's for the future. And the Starmie will also be useful earlier because it's simply stronger. So we're gonna go to level 37. I'm gonna assume Spheal is also gonna want to evolve. But we don't want Spheal to evolve because then it's gonna take a higher level. Yeah, it evolves at 32. And then it would get rest at 39, which isn't the worst. So if we do forget to cancel the evolution, we're just gonna keep going. So, while we're doing more grinding, let's look at the team again. I feel like I did look at Fori at some point. I think I wanted to see if I could teach it counter, but I think that's only like a tutor move. But let me check, actually. I have too many tabs open. Fortress. Because I feel like Counter and Mirror Coat are really interesting moves. They're a little bit difficult to use, of course. But I do want to look into them. Yeah, we learn Explosion at level 39, so that's good. We learn Double Edge, which is actually huge. Is at level 59. We might be able to pass it on to Pineco. So we may be able to use Double Edge in level 50. I hope so. We're also going to need to look into our Tucker matchup. Let's see, if Gardevoir 1v1s the Charizard. I know Gardevoir outspeeds and one-shot Salamence, but it doesn't one-shot Charizard. And Charizard does have Overheat, which is a strong move, but we are a Gardevoir. So let me run a calc. I should have written down what the... oh wait, the calculator is still open. Okay, I'll put it at the top. Rolls, IVs, HP, 24, 28. Attack, 5, 9. Defense. Jordi, you're the champion. You beat the Elite Four. Congratulations. What was your final team? Decepticon, Yanma is the most powerful Pokemon. This is true. It doesn't even need like 400 base stats. It's just that good. I think I want to build Yanma at some point on the cartridge. Special attack is 25 to 28. Special defense is 11 to 14. And speed is 30 to 31. Alright. Now I cannot forget. What was I doing again? I was looking into if we survive Charizard's Overheat. Charizard from Tucker Silver, which has 20 IVs against the Gardevoir. Let's see. We have... Let's assume the worst. We have 24 HP and 11 special defense. Okay, overheat does not kill us. In which case we would only lose to a crit. And I think that's acceptable. So I think we might go Boom Fortress into the Swampert. The same team you told me in Discord, so it was Swampert, Gardevoir, Skarmory, and one more. And then 2 HM users. Oh, Manectric. Manectric was your last. Gardevoir, who carried versus the champion. Manectric, Skarmory, Swampert, +2 slaves. Yeah. You did use the slaves to heal a bit mid-combat. Yeah, that's the... Oh, we need to stop learning Hail. No, don't... Actually, we do want to learn Hail. It's another move we could pass on. Probably not gonna want Hail on anything, but why not learn it? Yeah, I remember I also had Gardevoir and Manectric on my team, which were quite nice. I don't need to go this far. I should look into how far I do need to go, so I can time it better. Let's see. So, Tucker Silver. Hello, Void. What are we doing? We are currently leveling up Spheal so that it will learn Rest, and then we can breed it onto other Pokemon. That's what we're currently doing. In the document, you can see some of the breeding chains I'm gonna do. So currently we need to grind up a Spheal, a Gulpin, and for the Skarmory we were also gonna need a Tailo. The Protect on Wingull is something I did to test if I could get like a full moveset. It would would need to evolve into Pelipper 25, then you learn Protect. Super Flash, you're trying to see if you can catch all the unknown in Fire Red Leaf Green today? Good luck. Some of those are 1%. I know because I went on to a little bit of an adventure catching them in Discord a while ago. While I was using my old action replay for GBA Pokemon games. Which I hadn't used in like over 15 years. I hadn't touched it at all. It took a little while to figure out how it worked again. But we made unknown spawn everywhere. And then we had to figure out where the actual, like which routes I could actually get unknowns to spawn that weren't just the letter A. Because the default routes had only A, and sometimes it also just crashed the game. But we found the exclamation mark and the question mark and also the others. It took you 3 hours to get the exclamation unknown? Yeah, that's one of the 1%. Question mark is the same. What am I doing? I'm not hatching eggs anymore. Why am I going back and forth? Spheal is your favorite Gen 3 Mon. Its round design is simply perfect. Yeah, Spheal is amazing. It's a perfect, cute Pokemon. Let's see, did I put Fori on the dock yet? No, not yet. Fori. I'll put them on the question marks. So it's not sure if these are gonna be team members. The issue with Fori is like the explosion strategy, it would work against Tucker Silver. However, it will not work against Tucker Gold. What do I think the strategy should be? Knock out all the unknown chambers one at a time, or go for the more common unknowns and then come back for the rarer ones? I would probably knock out a chamber one at a time. But maybe like if you get tired of hunting for the question mark or something, you mix it up a little bit. Void, your castle run in Gen 4 Battle Frontier ended today at 153 wins. You lost in the dumbest way possible, but you're still like 5th in the world, so you guess it's okay. I mean, that's a good accomplishment, even if you did have like a bad way to lose. Like, did you mess up, or was it bad in terms of like RNG or something? What happened? But congratulations on the streak, man. The castle looks very interesting, so when I get to Gen 4, I will probably look into it. But that will probably be quite a while from now. There's so much Gen 3 I have to do, and I'm afraid when I start doing multiple generations at the same time that I'm gonna start mixing things up. Like in terms of which sets they have, how fast they are, that sort of stuff. But I probably will mix things up eventually. But for now, we're focused on Emerald. You forgot to recharge Azel's PP so he couldn't explode. Oh, that's painful. That's the kind of loss that haunts you. But at the same time, like 153, it's a long streak, but it's also like still where you could like go back to it relatively quickly. You could grind back and try for a better streak. Of course, it's gonna take a while, especially with Castle, which I think takes a little bit longer because you have to prepare before each battle. But it's not super long, but maybe it's maybe I'm kind of wrong in that, and it does take much longer because of how much you have to prepare and think. That's the one thing you really hate about the castle, you don't heal between matches. Yeah, that does make it difficult, but I guess it's also part of the appeal of like resource management. But it definitely does not sound like a facility where you would just do like 10 rounds in a day. Void, you're okay with it because it would have happened sooner or later. In the castle, if you make one mistake, you basically lose. Yeah, it does sound tough. But it also sounds really interesting. The castle doubles is really slow and mentally exhausting, yeah. I understand. Like for me in the tower, it's like the opposite, where doubles is like easy mode mentally, and singles is really draining because of the teams I use. Even with my more offensive teams, like the Tickler team where I have Tauros Latios, it's still a lot slower. Fort, you would say the castle is the hardest thing in the Gen 4 frontier after the factory? Yeah, that sounds like it makes sense. I think for the arcade, maybe the timing. Like, I would not want to play the arcade, I think, because the timing would mess me up. So that would probably be the most difficult one for me. If I would want to go for a super long streak. And I probably won't. And the castle, it just sounds really interesting from a gameplay perspective. But not having played it much, I don't know. I think it's definitely hard in that you need to prepare for it. But if you actually have a good team, I think it would be really interesting. You agree tower doubles is the chillest thing ever? Yeah, if you just have a team that has a strong game plan, you just try to execute your game plan every time, and it's just, you don't have to think that much. And it's also just, the battles are so fast. Like, I was looking back through some of my streams to do like timestamps, and also I was cutting some of them down for my Tickler video, which I'm working on. And like a doubles round is like 20 minutes, and then the singles round is an hour. It's just so chill. It's so much fun. I think that is definitely the thing I want to inspire people to do the most, even though it's completely like kind of useless, I guess, in that you don't get a symbol. So most people won't really care, but it is good for grinding BP. It's relatively easy to get to the maximum BP of 15, and then a round takes like 20-30 minutes, so you get it quite fast. That's also something I want to try, like build an Emerald only, no legendary team that doesn't require tutor moves or TMs that you can't use multiple times. For doubles to grind BP, but I don't know if I can do it. Like if I had access to like Explosion Metagross, but that's the tutor move, so that's not gonna happen. So I don't know if I can build a really good team for that. But that would be fun. That would help people grind BP. The easy thing about the arcade is that your opponents don't have items. Yeah, I was watching a little bit of Magpie. And I saw. You also don't have items, but it's probably a bigger deal that your opponents don't have like Bright Powder, Focus Sash, Quick Claw. Super Flash, you got the K unknown in like 3 encounters. What's the encounter rate for the K? Because I don't know. I just know question mark exclamation point being 1%. Right, we're almost done with this field. Just 2 more levels. It's 2%. Damn, that's a crazy encounter rate. And you got it in 3? Very nice. I mean, it happens eventually, right? You do so many encounters. Some of the rare Pokemon you're gonna hunt for are gonna show up early. Like, My Gardevoir for the playthrough was my first encounter on Route 102 and it's 5%, I think. So that was very nice. Okay, just one more level. Does Phil learn anything else that's useful? Snore. Actually, Snore is useful for contests. I might try to pass that on at some point. I don't know who all gets Snore. Let's see. It's a move to remove. Everyone gets Snore, pretty much. Okay. Oh, isn't it one of the renewable ones in the Emerald Frontier? So I guess it's not that useful. And often you can't pass on move to removes. Let's see, who gets it by breeding? Oh yeah, not that many. Okay. Snore is not that useful, but we're not gonna teach anyone Ice Ball, I think, so we can put it on. Let's see. Muser, Swampert, and Gardevoir come to mind pretty quick. Earthquake, and you think also Surf. Just through level up, Gardevoir gets Calm Mind and Psychic. Do you know about coverage moves though? And Swampert lacking Ice Beam kind of hurts. So, I'm not using TMs that you cannot get more of, but the Ice Beam TM you can just buy in the game corner, so I'm fine with using Ice Beam. And the same goes for Thunderbolt on like Gardevoir. And Earthquake you can get from pickup, so I'm fine with using Earthquake TM, same with Rest. Same with Focus Punch, but Focus Punch is a very situational move, so don't know if that's gonna be used. So things like that, that's fine. And there's a couple of move to removes, like the Elemental Punches, which I'm gonna use on Gardevoir. Those are all fine. Yeah. Like I said, Acrobike was fine for this. I'm struggling a lot more with Magbike. Fori, I assume just falls in the bug egg group, right? Yes. So we could potentially breed Toxic onto Fortress. Wait, can we? We can breed Giga Drain onto Fortress. Oh, no. Don't stop learning Rest, please. Delete a move? Yes. Super Flash, would Guts Hariyama be good? Because of how Umbreon and Blissey carry Toxic together with Vital Throw. So that would be a strong combination. It depends on what you want for the team. Like, I'm gonna go with Thick Fat because I am worried about Houndoom. And there's Snore. I guess I'll get rid of Hail. Is Body Slam a renewable move to remove, actually? Emerald. Move tutors. Body Slam. I guess Snore also is, so does it really matter? And I can get Hail back anyway. It doesn't matter. Like the only move out of this that I would maybe consider using is Encore. And of course Rest. I don't know if who learns it from Sviel. But yeah, Guts Hariyama is very powerful. You have a very high attack stat already. And Vital Throws you can't miss. It's very strong, but you don't need the damage boost. At least I don't think so. You already hit quite hard. There is one Umbreon with Curse, but I don't know if that one even has Toxic. Okay, so we got our Sviel. Now let's have a look. Alright, let's put Giga Drain. Giga Drain. Toxic. One of the... I think it's the second Swampert that has Mirror Coat, so that's kind of bad, isn't it? 1 second, I'll have a look at the Swampert from Tucker. Yeah, it's the second one that has Mirror Coat, so... Giga Drain would not solve our issue. Toxic might solve the issue. I'll have to look into that later. So let's see. Actually, let's put the Toxic. We need female Meryl, which we have. We need female Castform, which we have. We need female Gulpin, which I think we have. And then we need to train up the Gulpin. That's only the one that hatches. Okay, we can start with a little bit of the breeding right now. And this will shorten... Oh wait, that doesn't matter where I go. I'm just used to flying to Mauville instead. Let's see, we want Slugma. We need the Meryl. Actually, do I need to... Do we need to breed the nature right now? No, when we bred with the... When we bred Gardevoir, we got the egg moves anyway with Ditto, so we shouldn't need to worry about nature yet. Let's take off the XP share. Can raise 2 Pokemon. Let's see how much they like each other. Can go in here. They don't like each other very much. So we just need 1 male Meryl. Stats don't matter, nature doesn't matter. But today, males have been very rare. We can only get the females. So it might take a while. And I think I'm gonna go grab a snack real quick. So I'll be back in a moment. All right. This is art to you, Riley. Welcome to the stream. Good to see you. How are you doing? Yeah, the perfect art where you don't have to hear me talk. Just stare at the daycare. Super Flash, the middle unknown chamber went by pretty fast. Rarest encounter was a 6%. Okay, that's not too bad. Hopefully this will be a male, but we'll probably get some more eggs before it hatches. You were referring to the hatching of eggs, but that works too. Yeah, I got what you meant. So I think for today, we will finish the Duskull, and then I'll end the stream there. I don't know which stats I want for the Duskull yet, or even the nature. I mean, it's gonna be like bolt or calm, I think, like the minus attack, minus attack plus defense, or plus special defense. But I don't know, like, if there are any thresholds I want. So we'll just get the egg moves, which are rest and toxic. And then we'll leave it there for now. Super Flash, the next ones you need are another 2% and 2 1% for the O and the question mark. Well, good luck. First Meryl. And it is another female. We are not allowed to have males today. Okay, my PC just froze. I hope... Okay, it unfroze. Good. I don't know if you saw any of that on the stream. But for me, everything was frozen for a moment. Luckily, like, my game isn't on the PC, so even if the PC would crash, nothing would happen to the save file, but just in case, let's save. In case something happens to the GameCube, not to the PC, that is. Yes, there was a freeze. Okay, that was just my PC deciding to die for a moment, I guess. Maybe I can go and close one of my browsers. Let's see, there were no frame drops. It's just that the software, I guess, was frozen as well. So even if it sent all the frames, nothing was happening. What are Skarmory and Lantern for? So I did a test run with Gardevoir in the dome, and I didn't know who the rest of my team were going to be. So I figured Skarmory Lantern would be a good duo. But the problem was, then I just brought Skarmory Lantern most of the time because they're a good duo and you only get 2 Pokemon, so it makes sense that you would pick the duo over the one strong Pokemon. So I could use Skarmory Lantern again, because they are really good. But I want to feature, like, I want to show off Gardevoir more. Like, I want that to be the star of the team, probably. Or at least have a big role. And I also want to not use duplicate Pokemon for like every facility. And Skarmory is definitely going to be very useful in other facilities as well, where the Pokemon are stronger. So that's... Skarmory and Lantern are really good for the dome, but I'm probably not going to use them. But if I can't figure out a different team, then they might end up on the dome team anyway. Or I might just do multiple runs and Skarmory Lantern will be on one of them. Did we hatch another egg? Yes, we've been running around with Meryl. Sphere leveled up, Peekaboo leveled up. Let's get both of them back. Luckily we have quite a bit of money. I've been in a position where I was breeding and I ran out of money. Which team am I gonna pair with Love Disc? I thought you were the one using Love Disc. Don't you want to use Shiny Love Disc? 5 IVs? I'll put you in here for now. Let's see, is it Cast Form next? Yes, it's Cast Form next. And we got rest. Love Disc is so strong. Yeah, it's really good on a rain team, of course. New egg added to the rotation? Exactly, Riley. You just give yourself more chances for every time we restart the game. Isn't that just good? Right, we just need Mill Cast Form. Oh. Going down again for some reason. The reason being the D-pad on my controller. Let's see, I was looking at Fori's moveset. Oh, I forgot. I was looking into Fori because you can get counter from Heracross. So I might actually be able to use counter on Fortress. It's showing the Jirachi disc will be delivered on Monday. Ooh, exciting. Another very long hunt for you. Well, potentially. Let's add counter to the list of possible moves. Where is it? Counter. Heracross. Egg. Does that fit? Yeah, okay, that fits. You're gonna do it at the same time as the eggs. Yes. A nice long hunt and a new special for the stream. Okay, this is a Meryl egg, which we don't need. Muserer, you have an update on the Latios situation. You got a timid one. Speed IV is 13. Special attack is 30 to 31 again. As well as 30 to 31 HP. Modest would be the ideal, but timid is also pretty good. I think there's an argument for timid being better than modest. Oh, we actually need to pick up the egg. I don't know. Probably with 13 speed IVs is more than enough. Let me look it up for a moment, Latios. Because if you can outspeed Gengar, that would be massive because you one-shot it with Psychic. You have Timid Nature, 13 speed IVs. Yeah, that outspeeds Gengar. Easily. So it's actually good. Defense IVs are 0 to 1 though. Well, you can't have everything, I guess. Oh, I really want... You do want this, yes? Yes, I do want it actually. Thank you. For me, this Latios would be good enough to keep. But it's up to you. Oh, other egg. You think you'll roll with it? Very nice. Congratulations on your very strong Latios. And let's see, I think you probably also outspeed Starmie. Let's see, Starmie. Yeah. We are at the same levels, right? Yeah, you should outspeed Starmie as well. Does it outspeed Gengar without speed investment? No, you're gonna need to run some speed. A lot of speed. Because the Gengars are like max speed. And the same with the Starmies, they're also max speed, at least a lot of them. But like, you're missing a little bit of damage from Modest, but if you Calm Mind, you've got more than enough damage. New Dave, you would probably also take the Timid. We'll probably cover for your slightly lower defense IVs. I think it doesn't matter too much for the defense. Because there aren't that many physical attackers that you outspeed with timid. But there may be some, like Aerodactyl or something. You were gonna say it would be completely insane if you outsped without investment? Yeah, that would be insane. You're not that crazy. You're just same speed tier. It's just with the nature, even with imperfect IVs, you get enough of a boost to outspeed. Oh, you meant to say speed. You don't know why you said defense. Well, you just read it probably. That's what happens to me sometimes. Like you want to type one thing, but you hear or you see something else, and then you accidentally type that thing because your mind picks it up. No room. Okay. Let's deposit the Meryl. We have a lot of cast form eggs. Yeah, the timid definitely makes up for the imperfect speed IVs. I think he even still outspeeds Sceptile at 120 in Duck Trio, which is nice. It's just gonna be like some Crobats and Jolteons that outspeed you. And like Ninjas, but who cares? I don't think I have space for more eggs. They're really going at it. But there's probably gonna be a male cast form in all of these eggs somewhere. We just need it to hatch. Do you guys want to see a little bit of a sneak peek for the Tickler video? I got something really cool yesterday. But you're gonna have to keep it a secret. Let's see, where did I put it? Found it. Let's throw this. This is gonna be on the screen for a moment. Let's see, can I just throw this on? Oh, it's a little bit big for the screen. No, maybe this is perfect. This is just a sneak peek. You don't get to see all of it. So this is the sneak peek for the video I'm working on right now. You're good with secrets, Superflash? Alright, don't tell anyone. And it's gone. Nobody can ever find it again. It's not like it's recorded and you can go back. Thumbnail art? Yeah, it's thumbnail art. RIP your MS Paint thumbnails, brother. I mean, I'm also still using MS Paint thumbnails. Well, not MS Paint actually, it's paint.net thumbnails, which are much better, of course. The tickler, yes, it's the tickler. How are the eggs going? The eggs are going pretty well. We got a good rolls. You can see the stats in the notes at the top. Like, it was the first rolls that had the stats that were potentially good enough. So I leveled it up and it's actually kind of insane. And currently we're on the Duskull breeding chain. We're going for the cast form right now. We need a male. And on the side, every so often, when I'm not too busy reading chat, breeding eggs, whatever, I'm doing a little bit of team building for the dome. Because I don't know who else I want on the team yet. So currently we're looking into Hariyama Fortress. Oh wait, I need to chat. We have a male. Okay. Superflash, you use paint.net? Yeah, that's what I use. It has layers, so it's nice. I am not very very proficient with thumbnails otherwise. But having layers is nice. And the cast form has rest. It is jolly, which doesn't matter. Okay, so next, Gulpin, which I put somewhere. Where did I put the Gulpin? Gulpin, did I just go past it somewhere? I must have, right? Okay, it's not here. Let's get rid of these eggs first. I'll hatch the eggs later. Just saving some time for now. There's Gulpin, it's right here. It's just all the greens in the corner, I didn't see it. You right-click edit on the 13th copy of the screenshots you've taken. You're full-blown basic paint, man. Oh, yeah, right. We need to pick up the egg first. Take back the cast form. And I'm pretty sure the Duskull I have is also female, so that's perfect. So we want this. And we want this. Alright, time for some more eggs, and then the Gulpin we will need to level up. So it learns Toxic. Let's see, which level do we need for the Gulpin? Gulpin learns Toxic at 28, that's not that bad. That won't take too long. Any other interesting moves on there? It learns Encore, that's interesting. Sludge Bomb at 39. Also a good move. But we're not gonna run Sludge Bomb, Dust Skull, or Dusclops. I'm gonna assume it can learn it. I'm not sure. So while we're back to going back and forth, let's continue to look into Fortress. So potential moves, Giga Drain, but there's Mirror Coat, so probably not Giga Drain. More likely to be Toxic. I used Toxic on the Skarmory to take down the Swampert. So that does work. I could do the exact same thing. Toxic, switch out just before it dies. So I have Gardevoir in, and then I can just Destiny Bond and win against Tucker. So that sounds pretty good to me. I would just need to go a lot of special defense investment on the Fortress, I think, but it's gonna be relatively close to how bulky Skarmory would be. Their stats are somewhat comparable, let's see. Yeah, you have a little bit more HP and a little bit less special defense. It's literally 10 less HP, 10 more special defense on the Skarmory. Which means we will take special hits a little bit worse on Fortress. But overall, probably gonna be good enough. It's probably gonna be leftovers, maybe even protect. Oh, my PC is freezing again. Don't know if you guys can hear me. My PC is like, you've hatched enough, I think. I'm gonna go close some more tabs. Maybe that helps. But yeah, after the stream is done, I'm gonna turn off my PC and completely restart it. Because it looks like it needs a break. It's sick of the editing that it's been doing lately. The rendering of videos. Right, you can hear me? Okay, that's good at least. While it was frozen? Or was it not frozen for you this time? It's weird, the video freezes, but the audio seems completely fine. Well, I think the audio is more important, so that's good at least. But I've not had it happen before, but yeah, I probably just need to restart my PC. So right now we need a male Gulpin, which we are gonna level up for Toxic. Then we breed it onto Duskull, and then that's gonna be it for today. And like I said, we're not breeding for a Nature or IVs yet on the Duskull, because I don't know yet what I'm gonna use. Like, I could go for a plus special defense Nature and then change my mind and need a defense Nature. Although probably it will be a special defense Nature, because if I can, I would like to pair it with Intimidate. I just think Dusclops paired with Intimidate is so insanely good. So it's probably gonna be the Gyarados, but we'll see. Wait. Aren't we supposed to be hatching Gulpins? Did I mess up, or is this just an old egg? I think I messed up. Who do I have in here? Castform, Gulpin. Maybe it was just an old egg? Actually, let's take them out just to check. Oh wait, I can see the gender here. I think that was male Gulpin, cast form, right? Yeah, okay, it was just an older egg. That's fine. Alright, back to the egg grind. And back to looking at Fortress. It gets Reflect as well. From, well, I guess you would get it from TMs as well. Reflect and Light Screen are interesting, but don't think they would be very good on Fortress. Plan for the reject eggs? Probably just release them. Except for the synchronize routes. They might be useful. But the others, there's no wonder trade or something, so I can't trade them to someone. That's what I used to do in Gen 6-7. I would wonder trade my rejects. And hopefully make some kid happy with like a Charmander with some good IVs, good nature. Some cool moves. The Adamant one has synchronized? I think it does. I think there was also a Timid one. I'm not completely sure. But I don't need Synchronize as much anymore because I already have a Ditto for every nature. So only Pokemon that I wouldn't really want to breed, it would have an effect. There's Gulpin. Are you male Gulpin? Yes, you are. Very good. We have rest. So we're gonna go level this up. Let's grab the parents. I could hatch the eggs while I'm grinding Gabby and Ty. But I think I'll grab Linoon because I want more rare candies. Which is also why I grinded the Linoons to 41. Because 41 is the first level where they start getting rare candies 10% of the time. No, but continue, yes. Put these in here for now. Right, I want you. And you. So we only need level 28, so this is gonna be pretty fast. Back to the grind. And get some money for more... Probably not Pokeballs for a while, probably more TMs. So yeah, we didn't get around to hunting for dittos, which makes sense with the grinding we needed to do. I'll probably do another stream tomorrow, and we will do the Skarmory. And after we finish Skarmory, we will probably move on to dittos. Actually, maybe we'll do a couple of dittos after we finish the Duskull. We learn Yawn. Yawn is actually a very interesting move. It's very good in the arena. You didn't notice because you've been occupied, but have Gabby and Ty just been stuck here? Yeah, somewhere pretty early on. Like, we did a couple of just normal. Like, they were still moving around when we started the stream, but we have been stuck here for quite a while. It happens after you battle them 255 times from what I've heard. It just doesn't reset anymore. But this makes things a little bit easier, faster, so that's good for us. Sludge, we don't need sludge. If only the leveling stayed this fast. But for 28 it will stay very fast. It's actually really convenient. Yeah, it is that they stay here. I think right now, like when they're stuck, it's probably the best for both XP and money, assuming you don't have a secret base. If you have a secret base, then XP would probably be faster there if you have a good one. But I heard you can only fight it like once a day unless you remix your records. I mean, that would probably still be worth it if you have like level 100 Blissies. That's a lot of XP. Amnesia. Can we pass on Amnesia? Probably not a lot of Pokemon get Amnesia from breeding. If only Starmie was a little stronger, you would suggest putting Gulp in the second spot? Yeah, that's the plan. Once we get high enough level. And an even better plan is to have Pelipper be the one KOing everything, and then I have one extra slot for Linoon. But we're not there yet. But we're already level 20. Only long grind was the coughing because level 45 is quite high. Let's see. Yeah, currently I'm thinking for the fortress, if I end up using it, it's probably gonna be something like Earthquake, Double Edge, Toxic, Protect. Could also change it a little bit, no Double Edge, but have Rest. The only thing is, regardless of which version I go with, we cannot touch Gengar. So Gengar is a little bit dangerous, because it is gonna be faster than Gardevoir. Of course, Gardevoir is gonna one-shot Gengar, but that's still a dangerous Pokemon. Especially if it's the physical one. I don't know how much damage we take from Shadow Ball. Especially because we have... No, we have okay defense, okay. We can probably live one Shadow Ball, but I'm not completely sure. I'll need to run some calcs. And the Hariyama also will not be able to do much against the Gengar. Especially because a lot of Gengars have Psychic. So that's something I'll have to keep in mind. Also, when I was looking at Fortress some time ago, like Sap Cannon, it's a level up move, but only in Fire Red, Leaf Green. I think it would have been so funny to use Sap Cannon. But no fun allowed in Emerald. Fire Red, Leaf Green has all the cool moves like Magical Leaf, Gardevoir, Sap Cannon Fortress. But not in the home games. Oh, stop learning Encore? No. We want Encore. Even though we're probably not going to use this in any way. Yeah, probably we'll remove Amnesia for Toxic. Just a couple more levels. And then we can get the Duskull. And we'll do a few dittos because the title does say that we're catching dittos. And I think it would be at least nice to have it in the VOD. In case people want to know my setup. I can just timestamp it. Okay, level 24. Super Flash, you're on the home stretch. You just got O, and now you just need A and question mark. Well, I think you're gonna find A pretty quick. It's only a 99% encounter rate. One more 1% left. Let's go. Good luck. Fortress against the Swampert. Oh, we're evolving. No, we're not. Fake news. No evolution here. Fortress only takes 24 to 25%. But I think the other might have investment. Yeah, I think the silver Swampert is actually more dangerous. Let's see. No. 26 to 30%, but that's against no investment. Earthquake, it's more powerful actually. Interesting. Evolve or you're out? Ah. It's just sad to see you go, Mako. I'll see you next stream. How much money do we have by now? We were at like 560. Bye. Frowny face. Goodbye. Oh, wait, that's the wrong one. Goodbye, Mako. We're almost at the end. Don't worry, you won't miss too much. We're almost at max money. I guess it's 4/5 of the way, so it's still quite a bit more. But I'll go buy some coins later. Evolving Pokemon isn't real? Yeah, evolution is fake. Don't you know? Oh, one more level. We're almost there. How many serves do I have left? We can get there without healing. Oh, Gulpin wants to evolve. I'm thinking about the Fortress moveset. I think Rest would be really nice, but I think I'm gonna need the Double Edge to hit flying types, ground immunes. Other than Gengar. Though I guess I could probably Toxic stall a lot of them. Shall we learn Toxic? Yes. Goodbye Amnesia. Like Toxic, Protect, Rest is just a really good evil set. No, we're not evolving Gulpin. I want you to learn Sludge Bomb at some point, probably. But not today. Oh, no, not my trainer card. Of course, we have items because I haven't checked in a while. And I want this back. Thank you, Gulpin, for the EXP share. Guys, let's not learn the move we spent the entire time trying to learn. Yes, exactly. That sounds like a good plan. Yep, one too far. Let's just deposit for once. Actually, I can get all of you. No, not in box 1. We need you. Alright, Pelipper, where did you end up? Okay, over here. Come back. And somewhere, there it is, Duskull, female. So we're gonna want a male Duskull, so we can breed with the female Duskull later. Though it doesn't matter too much, actually. But we're gonna go for a male Duskull. Then we're gonna do a little bit of Ditto. And that's gonna be the end of this stream. I mean, it's been... we're close to 6 hours. 6 hours? No, 4 hours. Not quite that insane. But if I'm looking at the Swampert matchup with Fortress, it looks not that bad. I think we should be able to get there with Toxic. And then I switch to Gardevoir. Now I just have to think... what if Gold Tucker leads with different Pokemon? Apparently you can get Rest via pickup. Yes, Rest, Earthquake, and Focus Punch. 2 of those are a little better than the last one. But that's why I can teach Rest and Earthquake to a Gyarados. Because I can grab those TMs. Otherwise, we probably wouldn't be using Gyarados. You got your shiny seal, Buzz? Congratulations. Egg or encounter? I'm pretty sure it was an encounter on 4 Island. Yeah, it was a 4 Island encounter. Did you find the shiny Delibird? Probably not, it's 5%. Oh, there's our egg. If we're lucky, it's male. Then we can move on to the dittos. If you want an insanity hunt, try to shiny hunt Lapras on 4 Island. Yeah, it's a 1% encounter, right? Can you at least repel trick the Lapras or not even? I think I would probably try to egg hunt the Lapras. At that point, at least you're gonna get some decent stats. And maybe a good nature. And a 1% encounter is gonna be really slow. You can repel to increase the encounter rate. Yeah. But how... Is it like guaranteed Lapras, or is it shared with others? And I did like a 1% repel on the ditto the first time. And that took like 7 minutes to get one encounter. It might not always be that long, but that's a long time. And I think you have to serve as well, right? So moving is slow. You're gonna go check Super Flash? Alright, let me know. Not that I'll ever hunt a Lapras. But... maybe someone's insane enough? Apparently the best rate of encounter is 7.1% with repel. Oh no. That is not great. Yeah, good luck to whoever decides to shiny hunt that Lapras. You're gonna end up with quite a few shiny seals, probably. Dugong, maybe. Do you get Golbat while serving? I have it written down somewhere, actually. Because I've been working on a little document for EV training. Not for, like, what's the best spot, although that's part of it. Also, it's like, what is the most interesting place to EV train? Like, where do I encounter Pokemon I might want to find as a shiny? It's Tentacle and Tentacruel. Oh, right. I guess you'll get quite a few of those green ones. Tentacle was my first shiny ever, not counting Red Gyarados. So that's a Pokemon I want to get as a shiny at some point. But we're gonna be EV training a special defense probably at some point. And Tentacle would be the default one. Probably an Emerald. In Fire Red Leaf Green there's a 100% Hoppip, which also gives special defense. So that's also a cool hunt. But yeah, Tentacle is pretty standard for special defense. I remember training in Gen 7 on Tentacle. Oh, we got our hatch. Is it male? It is female. Superflash, you have this app on your computer that basically tells you the percentage of the unknowns. Yeah, I also have a program that can tell me encounter rate with like repels and stuff. That's probably the same program. I'm not sure, maybe not. That's how you're using it? Let's see, encounter. Encounter. Is it called the Pokemon Encounter Calculator? That's the one I have. Although it is a fairly generic name, so I wouldn't be surprised if there were multiple programs with that name, but probably it's gonna be the same one if you have it. Yes, that's the one you're using? Nice. I haven't used it that much, but I did use it to look up the ditto encounter rate. Oh, second hatch. Do we get a male this time? No, of course not. They do have Nightshade, Toxic Rest, which means they only need Protect, which is an easy TM. Alright, we're gonna be here a little bit longer. Oh, there's another egg. I wonder how many female eggs we got versus male eggs, because there have been quite a few. Oops. Let's see. Duskull is 50-50, as you would expect. Oops. There are some other interesting moves that it learns as well, with Will-O-Wisp. Of course, Curse, which is my favorite move, but we will not be using it. Confuse Ray, really annoying. Mean Look, which would normally be good with Curse, but the AI doesn't switch anyway, so it doesn't matter here. What will happen first? I get male Duskull or you get Exclamation point unknown. I think you're getting the exclamation point unknown. These eggs take a while to hatch. Of course, 1% encounter rate is also pretty slow. But it could happen at any moment. Another interesting move that the Dusclops can get from the Gardevoir is Imprison. I don't know how Imprison would be useful in the tower. I guess you can Imprison Shadow Ball and then Snorlax can't hurt you. At least some of them. Others will have Earthquake. But you can stall out Earthquake easily. You could also learn Earthquake. But that's probably a bit overkill. It's a really interesting move. But I don't know if I can make anything useful. The biggest thing probably would be imprisoning on something like Snorlax. I guess there's a lot of other Pokemon with Shadow Ball, like a Metagross, that are much easier to stall out of moves if they don't get to use Shadow Ball. And then one very interesting move that is unfortunately an XD only move is Helping Hand. I've actually looked into Duskull with Helping Hand because you have Levitate, so in doubles you're immune to Explosion, to Earthquake, Fake Out. There are a lot of things you're immune to. Of course, you are also a Duskull. With the base 20 HP, I think. And only 90 in both of your defenses instead of 130. So you will die easily, but I think you're bulky enough to survive basically any one hit, except for maybe a Shadow Ball from like a Banette. Interesting idea. Tell me, can Guard learn Curse by chance? I want to say no, but you do breed with all the Curse users, so maybe. Let me have a look. Gardevoir. Egg moves. I don't see Curse, so I don't think you can get Imprison Curse on Gardevoir. B shows you have one of those Duskulls. You mean the Helping Hand one? Super Flash, you feel like Imprison is better in doubles? Yes, I agree. We got another female Duskull. Okay, let's put them in the box and grab the next egg. Yeah, you did mean Helping Hand? I think it's a really interesting potential Pokemon. I mean, Dusclops would also be decent with the Helping Hand. Especially next to something with like Explosion. Although you kill most things with Explosion, but some Pokemon will live. Three females in a row? I mean, it's not that crazy yet. We had quite a few, what was it, Merrills that were female as well? Oh, and Ralts. It was Ralts. We had a lot of female Ralts. What does Helping Hand do? It gives a 50% damage boost to your ally if they attack on that turn. It only works for the same turn, but Helping Hand, it has priority, so it always... Well, I don't want to say always goes first, there's other priority moves. But it goes first, so it doesn't matter that you're base 25 speed. It doesn't even matter if you die that turn before your ally moves. You just give the boost immediately. He shows your Duskull is very bad in both IVs and nature. That's unfortunate. I think I may eventually end up soft resetting in XD for a good Helping Hand Duskull. Another female, of course. But that's not for a very long time. Like, I haven't played Colosseum yet, I haven't played XD yet. I'm not gonna be resetting in my first playthrough, I don't think. So I'll probably do like a casual playthrough, and then at some point if I need certain Pokemon I will try to speedrun through the game and hunt them. But Helping Hand has a lot of potential in doubles. I've been looking into a few Helping Hand users. Hariyama is one of them, which I think was mentioned at the start of the stream. And I did today, this very early in the morning, I did use a Helping Hand Hariyama. Although I don't think I got the click Helping Hand. I was playing Ore against KT. There will be a video at some point. But there will first be another Ore video versus KT. But not from the same battle. It is on your team, B-Shows? How is it working out? Super Flash, you got the unknown? Well, I was right. You got your exclamation point before I got my 50%. So did you finish the entire unknown line now? You got all of them? KT is currently shiny hunting unknowns as like a side project when he gets sick of trying to catch Poliwags and Poliwhirls and ending up with shiny Goldines. Your Hariyama survives Gyarados' Earthquake after a Dragon Dance and Helping Hand. That's a pretty strong move. So do you have a lot of defense investment? Because you already have an insane amount of HP. Although you don't have any attacking moves, so I guess you could still invest. But probably defense and special defense is better. Although it depends on if you need to hit a certain benchmark. Super Flash, you're surprised you got the unknown first because I managed to hatch 4x in that time. Yeah, but we are not winning coin flips, so 1% is just more likely than a coin flip. That's just how Pokemon goes, you know? If it's not 100%, it's 50%, and if it's 1%, then it's also 50% apparently. Or maybe it's more than 50%. Oh, is this the one? Nope, we got another female. Yes, you got all the unknowns. Well, nice job. Trying to hatch a male Duskull feels like I'm in the frontier against Attract or Confuse Ray. I just never win the coin flip. Another female? It's unending. Considering how bad your first 1% went, you're shocked? Well, if one goes bad, then the other goes well. Unless when it except for when it doesn't. But it evens out at some point. You're gonna get unlucky sometimes and lucky other times. Oh, this might be the one. We just need one. Nope, it's another female. You know, I just attract all the ladies. Oh, he's got another egg for me. Is that the one? What generation is Katie shiny hunting the unknown? It's Gen 3. I've got that sweet scent. Is that how that works? No, I think in game sense that means I have cute charm because that increases the chance you encounter a Pokemon of the other gender. So that must be it. That doesn't work on X, but apparently it does for me. Gen 3 unknown hunting is crazy. Why is it crazy? Is it like easier in other gens, or is it... I don't know. I don't think he's hunting for like every letter and symbol. I hope not for him. So I think, let's see, for Fori we're going Toxic, Earthquake, Protect, and then last move I don't know yet. Could be Double Edge. Let's go Dedge. The Edge. Explosion. Go Boom. Oh, is this the one? Or Rest? That should fit, right? Oops, just made it smaller. Yeah, that fits. Oh, right. Some of the shiny rates on the letters are different. Yeah, I heard about that from Katie. He had like 5,000 on one of them. It's another female Duskull. Are we getting a male Duskull before the stream ends? Or maybe it was 7,000 and not 5,000 rate on the eggs. No, not the eggs. Oh, another Duskull. Is that the one? We just need one male Duskull, okay? Then we're done. Will we get a male Duskull before the computer dies? I think it's 50-50. And we're currently not winning coin flips. So that might be bad. What if both things happen at the same time? I find the male Duskull, but it crashes my PC somehow. The game is protecting me from the crash. Is this the one? I'll put this as slashes actually, because it's one or the other. It's male! I just had to give it a nickname. And my PC crashes, no way! It froze for a moment. There's no way that happened. Boy. You are now boy. It's a miracle. It was. It only took 9 eggs to win the coin flip. Let's see, we need you. Let's put these in the box. I have another one. Slugma can... that doesn't really matter actually. Where's Lantern? Here you are. Now, where did I put Magikarp? Not here. There's Magikarp. I think that's all we need. Oh, we need to get the Acro Bike back. I need to switch those around. Wait, I need to... I don't want more of these eggs. So we're gonna catch a couple of dittos and then that will be the end of the stream. Alright. We don't really need space in our party, so it doesn't matter that we have those two. Give me the bike. Thank you very much. We go into the tunnels. I haven't picked up the fossil yet, so let's pick up the fossil while we're at it. So we want to use the white flute, which increases our encounter rate. And we don't actually use it up. We have it once, but... Or we have one white flute, but it's just there, it's staying there. There's a small chance we run into Loudred. But most of the time it's gonna be Ditto. Transform into Magikarp. And this means it also has Magikarp's catch rate. We just throw a repeat ball. And it has never failed me in 100 catches, so... If it can fail, it's a very small chance. Let's see, where do I need to go? Just straight ahead? I didn't know this place was so big. It's been a while since I went further than the entrance. Just been hopping on the acro bike. Easy, yeah. Getting the male Duskull was easy, and now catching the dittos is also easy. They should bring back the feature that Ditto can copy the catch rate. It would be nice, wouldn't it? I don't know, how difficult is Ditto to catch in the newer games? It's been quite a while since I farmed Dittos in Gen 7. It has a 45 catch rate. Okay. I know like Magikarp is like 2 or 3. So it's obviously a lot lower, but I don't know what that does for like the actual catch rate. Like if you false swipe turn 1, it transforms and you just throw a repeat ball or some other good ball. Like how high are the odds? It would probably still be pretty high. No, my repels. Good thing my pickup Pokemon have been picking up repels. There we go, the fossil. So is there anything else in here? Any hidden items in the branching paths, or is it just the fossil? I mean, the fossil is great. That's more than enough for me. Like, this is one of the best caves ever. You get to farm dittos. You can EV train here with dittos. Because when they transform, they also gain the EV value of the Pokemon they transform in. So, normally it's 1 HP. I think it's 1. It's definitely HP. Magikarp is 1 speed, so if I killed it now, it would have given me 1 speed instead of the HP. But obviously, if you have better Pokemon, like Exploud gives 3 HP, it's insanely fast. Oh, wait. I forgot to go to a different box in the PC. So these are just being dumped randomly between my other Pokemon. I need to go and change that. So yeah, I might just end it there. Like, we'll check out if any of these dittos have perfect IVs. We didn't catch that many, so probably not, or like maybe 1 or 2. And then I'll show you the image I used to check. Repel wore off. Okay, get another one. Actually, I should show off the Acro bike tech, which, I mean, probably everyone already knows, or most people, but I'll show it off anyway. Are IVs passable in Gen 3? Yes, you pass on 3 IVs from your parents. Although, I think it might be possible that they pick like the attack from 2 parents, so then you only get like 2 stats. I'm not completely sure if that's actually possible, but I feel like it might be. But yeah, it's 3 stats and then the rest is random. And not every stat is as likely to be passed on. Like HP is very unlikely. Okay, so this is the trick I would normally use. I just sit around the entrance and hop. Because this doesn't cost me any steps. So the repel stays active forever. And we still get an encounter rate. Wait, that was... Oh no, that's the wrong Pokemon. Okay, this is a new one. I've forgotten to switch out of Lantern a couple of times. I've not yet switched into Tropius by accident. But now I have. Okay, we're gonna go change the boxes. Yeah, this is all a mess now. And good thing I named the ones that have perfect IVs, because then I'll be able to find out easily if any of them ended up in here. Nope. Looks like we timed it perfectly. So for the people who don't know, if you press select, you can now move a bunch of Pokemon at once. So we'll go put these with the others. And give me one moment while I look for the image and throw it onto the stream. Ditto. Ditto stats. That's not... I don't want to open it in paint.net, thank you. Ditto. Okay. There we go. It is on the top left of the stream, on the screen right now. I'll just keep it there. Which nature, careful. 59. No, that's the boosted stat, so that's nothing. 62, that's too low. That's too low. Oh, that one has metal powder. I only got... Like, I got metal powder on the first one I caught before I actually started the hunt. And I only got one metal powder in 100 dittos. And now I got another one. Actually, what are the minimum stats again? Nah. Nope. No. Actually, do you have minimum stats? No. Lonely. Wait. No quick powder though? Yeah, I think that's not in Gen 3, right? Which is, I guess, unfortunate. No. Oh, that's the last one. Okay, we didn't get any perfect stats, I think. Maybe I missed a minimum stat somewhere. But yeah, that's the expected outcome. We don't get anything. Put this in the bag. Let's actually sort these to put them with the other useless ones. You guys can actually... I need to sort you if you have synchronized, then you're actually kind of useful for me. And we got this box full exactly. So that works out just fine. And hopefully next time I don't forget to switch to the next box. I'll just put you here. And then that's it for today. Not much of a Ditto hunt, but you got a taste of it. You understand how it works if you hadn't seen it before. And the main goal was breeding for Pokemon anyway. We got rods, we sort of got Dusclops. We're gonna need to breed a nature onto it and check for IVs. But that will be for later. Thanks everyone for watching. Especially the people in the chat, I always appreciate it. It's fun having people around to chat with. I hope you enjoyed watching me not get male Pokemon from the eggs. And I think there will be another stream tomorrow, doing pretty much the same thing. Skarmory will be on the menu, maybe some of the others. Thanks for the stream. You're welcome, Dave. Thanks for watching. Have a good day. And maybe I'll see you tomorrow.